Hello guys, welcome back to our channel. It's me Anil. We are back in the series of online e-commerce website using ASP.NET. In previous video, we have seen the collaboration of subcategories and we have also seen the product adding and updating part. So in today's video, we're going to see the product list from where we can redirect to the product page for editing and adding a new product as well. So in this page itself, we'll give one delete option for deleting the individual product. So let's close this. So in product list, we have to do the coding. So we'll use category design page as for reference. So let's open the category design page. But like you have noticed in category, like the screen is divided into two sections. The first section where we can add a category, like it's a form for category, and the second section that is for listing the category. Okay, so we'll use the second part. Select this code, copy, and we'll paste in this one. We'll use this for displaying the message. And we'll use this as well for disappearing message after few seconds, after 5 seconds. Okay, so paste it in this content one, that is the head part, and we have pasted our page code like displaying the product list, that is in content 2. Okay, content placeholder 1. Let's remove this event, we'll add that later, and change the name from our category to our product. Our product list. Here also we need to change. So here for product we'll have more few columns, so let's add it. Let's first change this call MD12 for medium size, also for small size also it will be 12. Okay, now let's duplicate this line of code. So here after image we'll have the price, then quantity QTY, sold, whether the after sold category, then subcategory, Okay, so this will be the column we going to have in this product list. Now need to change this one, like for displaying the value for that particular columns. So here instead of category we have the product, that is product name. Here let it be the image URL. After the image, we'll have here price column value. Hash eval. The eval is the method which we're going to use. We are using here for binding data with the column name that is coming from the code behind page, where we bind the values to this repeater control. Price, after that we want to display the quantity, but for the quantity we are going to display data in label control. Why label control? Because we're going to use that label controls value in the code behind for binding or for changing the color of the item, like quantity which is less than 5 or 5. Okay, so for that purpose we're going to use here the quantity value to be displayed in label control. Okay, so for let's take here this table data and then ASP label control. So first of all, let's give the ID to it, LBL quantity, run at server, then in text part for the label we'll use here this one, the eval quantity, let's copy this after the quantity. So this will be the sold, then category name, as category name, and this will remain same, is active, created date. Here need to change product ID, paste it here. Here we can give a confirmation message when admin will about to delete the product. When they click on the delete icon for deleting the product, first it should ask one confirmation before deleting it. If the confirmation is like yes, then it should go for deleting the product, otherwise it should not. Okay, so after this, on client click, return confirm is the method, is a function in JavaScript. Let's see, will be small here. In that, we'll ask the message as, do you want to delete this product or item? And semicolon. And I think we need in all the pages, like where we are listing the data, like categories and subcategories, in that also we need this one. So let's copy and paste in category page first. Over here, after this paste. Okay, we need to give here the closing. Now let's add in subcategory. Okay, let's back to the product list page. Now need to work on the code behind page of this product list. So you can press F7 key or just go by here view code. It will open the code behind page. So let's first declare the common classes we need, like SQL connection, control dot. We will get an option to include the namespace. Okay, let's give the con as an object. Let's semicolon. The next one, SQL command cmd. Data table also we need. Let's take it. Need to add the namespace for this. Press control dot, enter, dt semicolon. So now when the page gets loaded, at that time the product should get displayed, right? So for that we'll going to write the code. We'll going to write the code in this page load event. So we'll create one function and we'll call over here in this one page load event. Okay, so let's create one private void get products. We have created that product DL or not. I need to check in this. Okay, so we have here product DL. So in this itself we'll create another method. Let's copy this one, paste it here. Let's change the name, product with default image. Don't need here parameter. Need to change your action name. Select. Don't need this parameter, SQL parameter, and that's it. Need to call this method in this function. So we need to create an object for the product DL. So here let's initialize that object. So in DT we'll going to store that data which we'll get from that function that we have just created in product DL class. Okay, so data is equals to product DL dot that method name semicolon. Now this data which is stored in DT, now we need to bind it to our repeater control. Okay, so we have the ID for that repeater, our product list dot data source is equals to DT, then data like the product list dot data bind. Okay, so now we can call this in our page load method. So first we need to check that if the page it's notice post back, it means when the page gets loaded for the first time, at that time it will going to come inside this if block. If any click event or submit event is performed, at that time it will not go into like inside, it will not go inside this if block. Okay, so here we're going to call that get products method, save it. Now let's run and see. Let's add a breakpoint over here on the page load and run it. So the breakpoint came over here. Now let's press F10. So can see going inside this one, and F11 to jump to this function, and press F11 again to go inside this function. So we have here data, let's check it. So we have one item, one product in that, so it's coming over here, and it is considering the active one, I think. No, it's an admin module, so it will consider all. Okay, so right now we have only one product, so that's why it's displaying here. So okay, so we got an error, there is no column with this as category name. I think I didn't change the this one. Okay, we have the correct one. Let's cross check in the store procedure with this name. Open our SQL Server Management Studio. In that, in our database, programmability, store procedure, product CRUD, modify. So in this we have this select, right? So do we have that? Okay, so we have here subcategory name. So let's copy this and paste it here. Click on continue, we'll get an error. Let's refresh it again. F5. So here we can check the column names what we get here. Subcategory name, so we need to change that. Okay, and here category name is correct one. Product ID, product name. I think now it's good to go. Let's run the click F10 or just F5. So here you can see our data has been displayed. So we have here our action. Now we want, if we click on this edit icon, this data should get populated in this page for editing. Okay, and let's check here this whether we are getting the confirm message for before deleting or not. So we are getting here. If we cancel, it didn't delete it. Okay, and if we want, if we click OK, it will going to delete, but we didn't implement that for deleting it, so that's why it will do nothing. So for that also we need to like create an event, and in the same event we will going to like add code for this one, edit and delete both. Okay, so we are getting all the data like the of all the columns. So for that event we need to like stop this project running. So here we need to create an event on item command, create new event. So it will going to create an event for this item command with the name considering this repeater control ID, that is the product list, our product list. Just click enter, it will going to create event in the code behind. Just save this and go to code behind page. You can see here our event is created with this ID against the control ID and the event name, that is item command. So first we'll reset the label message, like when it is displaying that. Okay, and we haven't set that label message visible false in page load. Let's set it lbl message dot visible is equal to false, and we haven't set here the session like the value we are storing in, as we have done in like category pages, in subcategories page also. So let's copy this and paste it here. Product list, list. So we don't need this one. Let's comment it out. Control KC. Okay, so now in this item command event, let's copy this one. So here we're going to check which item command, like for which we are going to do the code, like we'll do for this one, for the command name added and for the command name delete. If the command name is added, it will going to take to the product page, and if it is delete command, then it will going to call one stored procedure passing that this product ID, so that it can delete that product. Okay, so here we're going to check if, so we need to check that command name, this one. So from E we're going to get that this is the event argument. So in that event argument we'll get the command name. We'll check if it is added. In small case we are given that name added. So if it is added, then it should redirect to the product page, right? So for that we'll use here response dot redirect, and in that we're going to pass the page name product dot aspx, but we need to pass the ID, product ID as well, along with this page, in the page as a query string. Okay, so as a query string we need to pass that ID. So for query string we use here question mark, and then the query string key name, that is ID, we're going to give, and then its value, and value we can get it by the command e dot command argument, semicolon. So if you see here in command name added and in command argument we get that product ID, right? So in command argument we will going to get that ID which will going to bind this key ID. Okay, so this ID, product ID, will going to go in the product page as a query with in the form of query string. Okay, so this is for the edit, and need to check for this delete also. Check here else if e dot command name is equals to delete, and make sure this command name should be same like we do use over here in this page. Okay, so if it is delete, then we need to call the stored procedure. Let's copy this and paste it here. Just before that we need this one, copy, paste. We can move this to the last line. So it will going to fetch the connection string, then it will going to call the stored procedure, and here we need to change the action delete, and make sure this action name should be same as we have used in our store procedure product. So here you can see delete is here. Okay, so in that we need to pass the product ID, so we are getting it from e dot command argument, right? Now we'll take here one try catch block. On this, like, we can press tab twice to get code like this one. If we want finally also with like try catch finally, let me show you how to do. F here, this one, press tab key twice, but in this, like, we don't get the catch block, so let's add the catch block manually. Exception E. Okay, so this one, after this connection get open, we have to call the store procedure to run, that is execute non-query, and we need to set our label message visible to true, and then we need to set message and label product deleted successfully semicolon. Then we need to add the class also for, like, we need to display in danger, that is in red color for this message. So for that, let's add the CSS class. We are using here bootstrap class alert, in that we have like alert success. Okay, we are deleted successfully, so success message, that is we have class alert success, that color will be in green color. Okay, semicolon. So once we delete the product from the page should have the latest product, right? Not the deleted one which we delete just. So for that, we need to call our method product list, which we have created over here, get products. So we need to call this after this one once the product is been deleted. Get products. So after deleting, we have the updated product list in the view. Okay, so if we find any exception during executing this store procedure, so we're going to handle in the catch block. So we need to set LBL message text. First we need to give this visible to true, then we can set message to it. So it's an error but with that we need to bind the exception what we are getting. And we need to set the bootstrap class also. Alert danger. Semicolon. Now in final block we can close our connection which is open in try block. Close. We are getting here error. Let's change the name. Okay, error is gone. Okay, why we can't use E here? Because we already have one object name E for this one. That's why we need to change. We need to use a different object name over here. Okay. So for editing, it will go to this page with the ID this one, and for deleting, it will go to call. And okay, let's have a add a breakpoint over here and remove this one. We don't need now, and we don't need this as well. Let's run and see. So let's click on this edit. So here the breakpoint get hit. Press F10. So here it's match the command name edit, and now it will go to the product page with the product ID 2. So you can see here the product page pages get open in this code, and it will go to check the ID whether we are getting ID from the query string. So we are getting the ID, that is value is true, so it will come inside this one and fetch data based on the ID. Okay, and its images also. So 4 images we have, so go 4 times and we got the image along with the other details of the product. Okay, and it will go into fill in the controls that we have in our form. Press F5. So you can see the details has been filled in this page along all the images and others, like the value which is like this one, the color and size value for the drop down is been selected only those item which is saved in database. Can see. Okay, so let's update and check. Test 1, and here we're going to add blue also, and here we're going to add small, extra small also, and price, let's make it 125. Okay, quantity, let's make it 120. Test company, let's make it is active true. Update, press F5 if you have the breakpoint. So you can see it's been updated, and after updating it will take us to the product list page. Press F5 and you can see here the items with the updated value. You see, click here, can see here the updated values. This page, blue is selected, extra small, and change value for the all columns, can see it's been updated and it's active also. Okay, so in the list page, product list, we need to add one here, add new button for adding the product, like from here itself, like when the admin come to this page, they can click on that button, it will take to this product page. It's an optional part, like whether if you want you can add or like just leave it, it will be fine. Okay, but for like I have done, so like in the video you can see in the demo video, so I will be adding over here one button. So in product list, in the design page, so where we have just commented this part here, after this we need to add one anchor tag. In this we'll have one icon for like the plus icon for denoting to add new product. Okay, so in this we'll give the text add new, and in I let's give the class FA font awesome plus circle. So here in anchor, like we need to give the href where it will take to the page when we click on it, and some classes to it. Href product.aspx class card title and the text primary, the color will be in blue color, and we want to set some margin also, margin 0. It should move to the left side, sorry, on the right side of the screen. Deflex align item at the end. Justify content and save it, refresh it, can see here. So we are redirected to this product page. Okay, so this is also working now. Let's check this delete part. So in this one ID is going, and once it executed, it's been deleted, the success message is going to pop up, and it will going to call the method again for fetching the latest product. Let's press F5, can see the message is displayed and the product is like deleted. So there is no item right now, no product available. So let's add a new one. Product name, let's select here t-shirt, here men's t-shirt, let's price be 125, color blue, red, green, yellow, black, and size small, medium, large, extra large. quantity, let's say 50, company name, let's give here polo, let's give here some text as well as this. In short long description we'll have a long text. In additional description let's select the image. So we'll set this one, the third image, as a default image. Let's select the third. Don't need this as customized for now. Let's set it active and add it. Continue. So it's been saved successfully. You can see here in this. Okay, so our product CRUD operation is now done. Now in user module we're going to display the product in our page, and so like this in product page we're going to display our products. Okay, so by default it's a little different the code wise, like here on the side we get an option for the filters, and the right side we have the products. Let me show you. On the user shop page, I think, yeah, it's a shop page. So you can see here on the left side we have the filters, various filters like price, color and size. Okay, and here this one we have the search by the name and sort by this one, and then here we have the list of products. Okay, so instead of that we're going to do something like this one. Okay, so here also we have the search name and sort by this one. Okay, so let's start. This time in user module we need to work, expand the user folder. In that shop page is there, just open it. Let's comment this part. The design part which is on the left side for filter, so we don't need that. So let's comment it. Control KC. We're going to comment it all at once. Okay, now we have to change this as trueval, and for displaying the message we want that label and JavaScript code also for disappearing that. So let's copy it from our product list, just we added Let's copy this one, paste it here, and copy this label, and after the page header we paste it here. So as you know, in web form we have only one form tag in the page, like we already have in the master page. So here we don't need, so let's remove this, as we can change it to div. Okay, and here the text box is there for searching the name product by the name. So we can change a little bit, because it's a HTML control. Let's make it our .NET control. Okay, within this input control we can make that .NET control. We don't need to take the text box for like ASP.NET text box. So inside this input we can make this as .NET control. Okay, so but just by adding the parameter here, run at server. So now with the ID of this control we can able to access in the code behind page of this shop.axps. Okay, so let's give the ID to this. txt search input, and here let's make it here like given property autocomplete is equals to false or off. Let's save it and refresh this page. You can see that is gone on the left side, and we have the text box, but this one on the search, it's in this span. We need to take here one link button for that. So let's comment this part, we don't need. Let's take our ASP.NET link button control. ID btn search, run at server, CSS class, let's copy from here, and let's copy this font or some icon also for the search. And with that we need to have one reset button also, like when we search something it will going to filter the data, but we need to reset also. We don't want any filter, then for that we can have here one reset button also, ASP, like that is again one link button. Let's give the ID btn reset, run it server, again css class, let's copy same one, and here we need to use this, but need to change this one. Instead of search here, this one sync alt, save it and refresh it, and see here now we get that. We need to click we need to create a click event for this both link button control, but just first we need to like set all these things and display all the products, then we'll going to work on that the click event for this one. Okay, first we're going to work on the product display, but first like design this one, the controls, like we need to take here two controls like this one. Already we have this one, but we need to change the code wise, and one reset button again we need to take here. Okay, can take a single reset button which will going to reset for this or for this as well, but I prefer like to have the both in individual reset just next to that. Okay, so this is that control the drop down for that. Let's comment it out, and I will take here one new drop down and one reset button. Okay, so let's take here ASP drop down list, ID as DDL, sort by, run at server, and the CSS class, form control, now in this we need to add the ASP list item, sort by, that it will be on the 0 index, so the value for this is 0. So to have this I can set here append data bound items is equal to true. So let's duplicate this and change it here. Latest, A to Z, price. Let's change the value 3, 2, 1. So after this we need have one reset button. Let's copy this one, just next to this, paste. Let's give the ID btn sort reset, sort by reset. Let's align this, save it and refresh. Okay, we have to take here one div tag. In that class input group. Within this we can add our code. Paste it and let's align it. Save, refresh. Now it's in same line. Okay, now let's do this for displaying the product. Right now it's a static products we are getting displayed over here. So from here you can see all the static product code is being there. It's same for yeah, it's same, but let's remove this. Let's remove this all. We require only one, that is also we need to place inside our repeater control for displaying all the items repeatedly in repeater manner. So let's have one control, repeater control over here, ASP repeater ID R products, run at server. Just now I remembered in product list we left one thing to do. Let's go to that page, admin product list, right, page name. Okay, so right now the quantity is 50 over here. Let's update to 5. So what I want here, once the quantity is 5 or less than 5, the quantity values should get highlighted, and even I want one text to be displayed when we hover on that quantity. Okay, the text displaying the message, the quantity or item is soon going to be out of stock. That message kind of message we need to display. For that let's open product list. In that we have here the repeater control. In that we have to add one new event, and that is for item data bound. So on item data bound, let's create a new event. So just press F7, you will have the event created in the code behind page. Here we need to check when the this will going to call when the item of the product when about to bind in the repeater control while displaying. Okay, at that time while displaying, at that time it will going to call this event. So it should go inside particular like when it is the item type, like it's an item, At that time, in the type of item, then it should go inside and need to set the value that what we want to achieve, that we need to add that code when it is found and the list item at that time. Okay, so for that we need to add one if condition. If e dot item dot the item type, it should be list item type dot item, or when e dot item type, if it is equal to list item type dot alternating item. So when the condition gets matched, at that time we need to fetch the quantity value from the label control which we have in our product list. Remember, we have taken one label control for displaying the quantity, this one. Yeah, so we need to fetch that value. So it's in label one, so let's take here label class and give here lb quantity. So that value we're going to get it from the e dot item dot. So in item we're going to find that our control label from with the help of this id. Let's copy it, find control, within double quotes paste that id. So we need to cast as label. So with this help of the control id, it's going to find the quantity for that particular item in this one. Okay, once we get the label quantity, it will going to check if in the if condition whether it is null or not. But before that it should not be null, because we always have the quantity of the product. So and it's an integer, so let's convert this in integer first. lb quantity, let's convert this first. Okay, spelling convert to in 32. So here we need to give the text. So it's a label, so we can get the value from the text. Okay, so if that value is equals to less than or equal to 5, because we want the quantity when it is 5 or less than 5, at that time only we want to do that. lb quantity dot css class, we need to add badg batch danger. We want to display red color and it should be in circle, so that's why batch we are using here. And we want to display some message when we hover on that. So we have here tooltip in HTML, so we can use that. Item about to be out of stock. So this part was left. Refresh the page. Okay, we have added new one, so we need to restart again. So now you can see here the quantity is been highlighted, and here we can see the tooltip also, item about to be out of stock. Okay, so let's add one new item. What we have categories, jeans is there. Okay, so let's add one jeans product. So we'll add here one jeans. Blue, gray, white, black, and size we can set, quantity 50, company name denim jeans, so I want to set the first one as default and is active, add it. Okay, so can see the difference when the quantity is greater than 5, it's a normal one, and if it is 5 or less than 5, then at that time it should be like highlighted and sort of display message on hover. Okay, so let's go back to our the shop page, the user module. So you can see, no, it's not right now, it's not coming from the database. We have removed all other static, the hard coded products. Only one product's data like I have added in repeat control. Now that also need to change, like that value should come from database, and how many product was there how many product will be there in that database. It will going to display a new card, new item, this similar way. Okay, let's do it. So in shop page we were right, so let's this one cut, this one closing, this one, so cut this code from here and paste inside this one. Okay, just wait, we need to add one item template which will be in repeat control, right? So like if you notice in repeat control we need to add that. Okay, so within that item template, this one, let's align it. Shift Alt and down arrow, it will like give this one, and pressing tab it will going to align it. Okay, this one is left. Okay, this is also done. Now in this, where we are displaying the image over here, we need to change, and then the name. Okay, let's change this first. So here we're going to use our C# eval method within the angular bracket has. Before hash we need to take percent and then hash, and here eval. In that just before eval we need to take here one method because it's an image, as you can see in the product list we have taken this one. So let's copy this and paste it here. Okay, so this is for the product image, and let's copy this, the eval part, and need to replace over here. No, just copy this one, the whole, and paste it here. Now here we can change the name, that is the product name, and this one we don't want. Let's comment it. Instead we want the header, this one at 6, but all the things, the classes and all we don't want. Just simply paste the eval one, and its price will be the same. Then what we have over here, this one view details button is there, so on clicking on that, where it should redirect, for that we need to do but it should have an ID along with that when it redirect to that shop details page. Means if we click on that view detail for that particular product, it should take us to the shop details page, but along with the ID for which product, for which item we want to see the details of that. Okay, so along with the product ID we want to redirect to the shop details page. So here let's take single quote and paste this, and here we need to give the page name just before this. Let's add plus to bind that, and here within double quotes we need to give the page name. So shop details, I think we have the page. Let's check it. Yeah, shop detail .axps, and we have to bind the ID to it as a query string. So here question mark ID is equals to this, and it will going to bind the value of the product ID. So need to change here product ID. For this we don't need anchor tag, we need the link button, ASP Control Z, ASP link button ID, link button LB, add to cart, run its server. Let's add the classes, bootstrap classes. And this one, not this bootstrap class, this one we want. Copy, paste it here, and copy this till here, and within this just paste it. Okay, so it's a link button, and when we click on add to cart button, at that time we have to pass the ID along with that for which product we are about to add item to the cart. Okay, so here I will give here command name add to cart and command argument so here need to pass the product ID. Okay, let's save and refresh in browser. Okay, so right now we didn't do the part the code behind from where it will going to bind, so it's not getting any data from database, so it's in empty right now. Let's go to the code behind page of this. We want this one, paste it. Okay, the namespace is auto added here. Along with I need SQL data adapter SDA, and in this we want that image class utils that also. So let's add so for displaying the product we're going to create one method void get all products. So within try catch block we're going to write call the store procedure. Let's copy this, paste it here. Need to change here the action name. This one, paste it here. Don't need any parameter. So it will get the data and fill in this one data table. Now what we want to bind that data in our repeater control that we have. So before binding like I want to add condition check if dt dot rows dot count is greater than 0, at that time we want to bind the data. Our product dot data source is equals to dt, and data bind will set outside. And in else part I need to do something. So here also let's bind it, and it's a repeater control. We have item template, right? In that in that we have written the code for displaying the product. In repeater control we have the footer template also, so we'll use that here. Products dot footer template, that need to set as null, because I will be setting a different for that. So for that we need to create one class. Let's create after this private, it will be an sealed class. We need to inherit this with iTemplate interface. Let's add the namespace. Let's stop this first. We have already this in this system web.ui, and we have already imported here, like, okay, so like it's auto added, so we don't need to add again. The error is due to like it having its member which is not implemented in this class which we created. So for that we need to get an error. So let's tab. Okay, so before that we need to create one member like this private list item type it's a property which have the getter setter get and set. Okay, so when the constructor of this class is called, at that time we'll set this tab. Okay, so this value will going to assign this property, okay, which is of list item type. Now error you can see here. For that click on this, you can see this code is created. Now we need to add code within this. We need to check if list item type, if it is equal to the list item footer. We are doing it for footer of the repeater control. Basically we want to achieve when there is no product in the database, we want to not to display the empty in the repeater, as you've seen right before in the shop page. When data is not binded, at that time there is no like data product getting displayed, because there is no data in database. We don't want that. Instead we can display a message over there, there is no product available. Okay, in the same in that manner. For that to achieve that we are doing this one. because it's a repeater control. In repeater control, in this one in repeater control, within the item template we are displaying the this product. Okay, but instead of item template we will use the footer template of this repeater to display that message like no product available of there. Okay, for that purpose we are creating this this class which is going to be inherited from this one. Okay, so let's create a variable footer new literal control to bind text, bind the text value, the values must be in bold. So the message, the text we want to display, that is no product to display. There is no product to display. So this message will go to display, and want to add this variable in our container controls add footer. So within this container control we are adding the one control, okay, this one, and it is just having a text, HTML text, which will going to initiate in this one, which will going to bind in this one. Okay, so let's do it here. Our products dot footer template, before binding value to this footer template we are setting the null. Okay, new custom template, in that we need to pass the list item type dot footer. Okay, now we can bind the repeater control data bind, because here also we need to bind and as well as here. So instead of twice I set it once just outside this. Okay, and if it's have any exception at that time we'll do handle response dot write script So in this we'll call the JavaScript alert function. We're going to bind that message or exception message semicolon. Now let's run and see. We have two data in it, but I'm not able to see here. Let's debug it. The code behind. Okay, we didn't call this in the page load event. That is the issue. So here again we need to check notice post back. In this, let's call get all products. Refresh it now. Let's add a breakpoint. Okay, something hot reloaded. Now refresh it. You can see here control came and press F11 to go inside this function. Let's see whether we getting any data or not. So we have one data. I think we have two data, right? But here I'm displaying getting only one. So let's see why it's not displaying even we have the one. Okay, now it's been displayed. Okay, but we have two products, right? Then why it's displaying only one? In admin product list, can see here we have two products. Copy this and paste it in new tab and execute this. So we have here only one item. Why? Because okay, for the jeans we have this one. Okay, let's check in category. Okay, t-shirt is inactive, so let's edit it and make it active. Can use like we have seen that if any categories or subcategories or product if is inactive, at that time it won't display the user module in the user module. Okay, the user won't be able to see. So if it is active, then user can see, but admin can see like whether it's inactive also. Okay, so let's update in product list this. Now we execute this again. Okay, still we okay, I think the subcategories for that need to check subcategory. Men's t-shirt is inactive. Let's make this as active. Now check here. Still this one why I don't get. Let's check it. Category 1 subcategory 3 is active. In product we have active. Let's check in table why it's not. Select star from product. So here both is active. Okay, we are checking here subcategory is active and product active. Product is active and default image is equals to 1 in p image this one product. Okay, let's copy this, paste it here. We have two product ID 3 and 4. 3 we are able to see, but for the 4 for this one, and we have here product like the default image 1. I'm getting that, then why it's not. let's first select this part and execute whether okay this much we are getting. And if we filter here, then we are getting the two products. And when we filter with this, product is there. And for the subcategory, okay, subcategory is not active, I think. Let's check for the subcategory table also. You can see here, okay, we have two subcategories, men t-shirt, and I have set this one active, but the thing, the ID of the subcategory is like this one. I think it's been used. Let's check it. Subcategory ID, you can see a 5 is used. That's why like it's not okay. Let's make this as inactive. Which is this one, 47, okay, and 48. Let's make it active. Okay, still I am getting that. Why 5 is not active? 48 not active. Okay, let's delete this, is causing this issue. Let's delete it. We have this one, let's make it active. You can see like even after updating this active, still is not. Maybe some issue is there. Let's debug it in subcategory page. So why here getting value 2? But here we are having the value 5. Okay, it's getting 2, so making it active this one, not this one. But right now we have deleted that. Right, 2 is not there, 5 is there. So let's refresh this again and check. Continue. Okay, so expand this, edit, is active. This time check what value we are. Still we are getting value 2. So need to check the design page. In design page, subcategory ID is here. Why we are getting that? The wrong one. Okay, so while binding to this, let's make this as a next statement, set next statement, and continue. It should go out without executing that. We need to first figure it out, this one, whether we have Why we are not getting the ID? It's coming one, that is correct, I think. Women's jeans, 3 is the ID. Okay, I think it's considering the category ID, not the subcategory ID. I think we are storing the data here in the hidden field. That is the wrong one. So in the design page over here somewhere we are setting the hidden field, and where is the hidden field we are setting? Let's copy this and search it. Okay, so we are setting it over here, and this value is getting set when we click on edit. That is on item command. Yeah, on item command over here you can see this hidden field value getting set. The value is category ID, which is incorrect. Here need to set subcategory ID, then it will be okay. Yes, continue, refresh. Now go to this, make it active. Now you can see here the value is 5. Now is the correct one. That was the issue, we forgot to change that. Now it's visible over here. Now let's check in the user module. So you can see here 2 product is being displayed now. Now we want to work on this one for filtering, sorting. Okay, let's go back to our shop page. So for searching, we have that button, search button on that page, right on the design page. If you see here, we have the link button, right, and this one. We need to click. We need to generate a click event. You can see here the search event is being generated here. Now in this I want to check if dt. Okay, first we need to set value dt. Over here when we bind the data, and after that we want to bind save the data of data table in session, so that we can use when we can use in that button search event. Okay, button search click event, in that we can use. So here the session name we can give product, and value is coming from data table. Okay, So let's copy this session and we can use it over here. So we want to fetch data and it should be in data table. Okay, so dt, and we need to cast that session value into data table first. So data table and then session. So if dt dot rows dot count, first of all need to check if it is not null. That is not equal to null. Then we can check the count. If the count is greater than 0, we need to take one class data view over here. dv semicolon dv is equals to new data view. In that we are passing the data table. Okay, now we want to filter that data view with the row filter. So we need to set the query for filtering. So we have that column product name. In that we will write query like for filtering if it any matches. So here we need to add that search whatever we get in the txt search input, but it's a like query. So we I need to fetch if any keywords match in the product name column, like from the starting till end, in between, whatever the text is match, it will go to display. So for that like query we are using, but it won't work until unless we use the % also, the starting as well as ending, if we want to filter from both sides, from the starting and ending point. Okay, let's give here message, comment message. Okay, so after this filter we have to check if dv dot count greater than 0, then we will going to bind the data to the data table, like not the data table, to the repeater control, or products dot data source is equals to dv, or else we need to set that the message our products dot data source is equal to dv. So here that again we have to do this one. Here also we need to set in the else part, if there is no product in data table, at that time need to display. And at the final we can bind that our product dot data bind. So what we have done here, on the click of search button, we have the data in the session of the product list, okay, and we first need to check if it is not null, okay. So for null we are checking. If it is not null, then we are checking the count. If it is 0, then we are going to display the in the footer the no item present, okay. That message we are going to display, no product to display, this message, okay. And if it is there, if any count is there in the session, and then we are getting that data into data view. And why we are using a data view? Because we want to filter based on the search input, okay. So for that we are using a data view. So in that we have the row filter. In that we can write the query like for which column we want to filter, and we are using a like which can be used like if any single letter match within the product name column, then it will filter all those data in the grid view, data view, okay. And we can check if the count is greater than 0, means if any search result found, then we're going to bind that in the repeat control to display. If didn't found any match, then it will be empty, right? Then for that we are again displaying no product to display with that search, okay, if this search didn't match with the column, okay, product name. So this is the search. Let's check in the browser. Let's refresh it, okay. We have created that event. We need to restart again. So we have jeans. Let's search jeans. Click on this, okay. Let's add here property and run and see. So this time they came here, button click, and we can see here we get here 2 products, which is correct, and based on that you can see here the count is 0. Why so? Dot value dot trim dot replace and what is the column name here? Product name is there, okay. Jeans is there but didn't match. Okay, so it says no product to display. Again, let's do it. So this time you can see it's getting match. Count is 1. Now F5 can see now it's working. And T set, I think, let's search, it should match. Yeah, it's getting match. Okay, so that means searching is now working, and you have to work on this reset as well. So let's stop this because we want to create an click event for the reset. This one. So here I want to reset that. So data source set to null. Products dot data source, we can bind from the session. Data table, and session name, product, our products dot data bind, and want to reset the text search input empty. Save it. This will work, and we need to work on that drop down also. This one, for this also it should get filtered, so for that also we need to create an event. So here auto post back is equals to true, need to set, because when we change the drop down it will auto filter based on that, the selection of the drop down value. Okay, so that's why we need to set here auto post back is equal to true. That means automatically it will go to post the request to a server, okay, when any value is been changed in the drop down. So here now on selected index change, need to create event. Create new event. Now in code behind. So here we need to check first if condition, that if DDL sort by dot selected index not equal to 0, that means the 0 index should not be selected. If not, then in this if condition it will going to come and it to retrieve the data from the session product. Need to typecast in data table Now need to check if data table is not null, then in this you need to check the count greater than 0, else we can copy this, paste it here. So if the count is there, then data view object we need to create with dt value. So need to check if ddl sort by selected index is equals to 1, that is for sort by latest. If this drop down one value is selected, first item is selected, leaving the 0, okay, and the first index is selected, then dv dot sort is equals to, I need to give a command query like created sort by latest, then the date wise we need to filter. So we have the column created date, and ascending we need to filter that, okay. So if or else if it is not, then ddl sort by selected index is equals to 2, that is sort by A to Z. In that case I need to use this one, but here need to change column name product name, because here latest we want latest when it is created, for created date column is there, so on that we are going to filter by ascending, and when sort by 2, that is sort by A to Z, so alphabetical order we get, so that is on the product name, starting from A, B, like that way in ascending order we are setting this one, okay. And the last one, that is in else condition, that is sort by price. dv dot sort is equals to price ascending. So after filtering we need to check if dv dot count greater than 0, then we can copy this part, paste it here, okay. And after this we can bind data.bind. Save it. And we need to click generate a click event for this reset for the sort by also. You can see here it's on sort by reset. Need to create on click event for this one as well. Let's cut this one and paste just about it, so we can use this here. Now we want to reset the drop down DDL sort by clear selection. It will reset the selected value of the drop down. Now let's run and see. So let's filter the search one. Let's remove this breakpoint, continue, and even remove this one. You can see it's filtered. Now let's reset it. So it's been resetted and filtered by the latest one. So recently this one, the t-shirt is added. Okay, and if we sort by this one, alphabetical order A to Z, then can see L comes first, then the R, right? So alphabetical order has been working. Now let's filter by price. So price is this one greater and this one. Okay, price, the less price come first and the this one. It means in ascending order we have said. So the least price comes first and the highest price comes at the last. In that manner, from less to more it gets filtered. Okay, arrange in that manner. So filter is working for this for drop down. Check for reset also. So that is also working. Okay. Okay, so all filtering is now working for this page. Now need to work on this one, the categories, and inside that subcategories also need to add, but it should come from database. Okay, the code of this part, it's in master page, user master page. So we'll do changes in that, then we'll work on this one. Okay, and this code is in default page. Okay, so let's close this. Open user.master page. So for menu categories, you can see here, it's here, and you can see like this is the first one. Let me run and show you. In this you can see this one, the very first one, like dresses. So this have some subcategories. Okay, and rest single categories is there, no subcategories for this ones. Okay, so the first one is the code is for the categories which have subcategory. Okay, and other like the normal categories which don't have any subcategories. So we'll use this only, and based on that we're going to do the changes. We don't require this one. Okay, till this part we don't need. Okay, so for now let's comment it out. All these anchor tags, Control KC is commented. Now this div block we want to take inside a repeater control, so that in database, so how much count for that categories present in tables, based on that it will going to display within the repeater control. Okay, so let's stop this and need to take one repeater control over here. Let's remove this. Don't need, so let's remove this also. We'll keep only one for the reference purpose. Okay, so from after this, like we can take here one repeater control, ASP repeater. Now first of all need to take the ID of the control, R category, then the next server, that is the runner server. We need this one event also on item data bound. Let's create now itself on item data bound, create new event. So in code behind page you can see that event is created. Now inside this repeater control need to take the item template. Within this need to paste this div block. Let's align this part. Okay, so here can see the category menu, which have some categories. For that only this class is used. So we'll use here ternary operator, like actually we'll have one column which will give the count of the categories. So based on that count we're going to display and hide the class for the div and for other controls. Okay, so for the class value, let's cut this first, we'll paste it later, and we don't need double quotes, just single quote. Now our for using the C# code for like pasting the columns, that is the eval one, eval method we're going to use. So open angular bracket and close, and then person hash eval, in that our column name subcategory count. Need to check the count. So first of all need to convert this into integer. The count which is greater than 0, then we need to use that class nav item drop down, or else you need to give the empty one, empty class, no class you want to use here. Okay, and I think here one extra, let's remove that single quote. Okay, so here opening single quote and here closing single quote. Okay, now the same for the anchor tag. Right now hash is given, we need to give the our page name to which it going to redirect, that is shop page. Okay, so let's change this. shop shop dot aspx. We need to pass the category ID as well with that to that shop.page. Okay, shop.asps page. So for passing the ID using query string, we need to do so question mark, which denotes the query string, and need to give the key name of the query string, that is CID, category ID. Now here we need to pass bind our category ID column value. So we use here single double quote. So we'll use here open angular and close angular, open and close angular bracket. Percent hash eval. In that we need to pass our category ID. Now we have class also can see the anchor tag. Here also can see anchor tag which have href and class nav item nav link, and here can see the class name is only nav link. In the nav link, we that is for the clickable main category, and if it has subcategories in that, then this one will be there, nav item nav link. Okay, so for this one nav link, which the class we need to have only when the count is there. Okay, the subcategory count is there, then only we need to use this nav link class, otherwise not. Okay, otherwise we will going to use this one, nav item link, nav item nav link. Okay, so let's do it. So let's cut this, actually cut this whole, open and close angular bracket, percent. Okay, we didn't give the single quote, and here as well. Okay, hash eval column name, need to check if the count is greater than 0, then we're going to use that class, or else we're going to use the other one, this one. Copy, paste, and here we need to do this. So let's copy this one, paste it. The same way we need to do this for this data toggle also. So let's copy this whole and paste after this is equal to, and here we need this drop down, cut this one and remove double quotes Okay, so if that toggle count is greater than 0, then the CSS value for that toggle, the toggle data toggle value here is going to give drop down or else empty one. And after that, here we need to give the category name. As you can see here, this is the category name. Okay, so for the category name we can use this one. Category name. And for this I tag also, we need to give the conditional bootstrap class here. So let's copy this one. And after this, let's paste that. So when the subcategory count is greater than 0, at that time we want this class. And let's remove this double quote and paste over here. If it is count greater than 0, then this one or else empty. Okay, so this is finished here for this one, the category part. And if it has some subcategories within it, then this div tag we need to do. So suppose we are having multiple categories, so for that we have taken the repeater control. Now this one will going to have subcategories which can be multiple subcategories within a single category. So for this also we need to take another repeater control. So let's take it. Before that, we need one hidden control to store the category ID. So let's add it first. ID hidden field category ID run at server and its value that is category ID. So let's copy this one within single quote and paste this one. So we have our category ID stored in hidden field. So next to that we're going to take repeater control, ASP repeater. So let's give the ID first. Repeater sub category run at server so in this we're going to take ASP okay header template. Now you can see this one, the div opening. So let's copy this and paste it inside this. and after this header tag we'll take item template, and then after that footer tag, footer template. So the closing of this div will have in the footer template, and this one, the anchor tag, will have in this item template. Okay, so now we don't need this one, let's remove. Okay, need to change, okay, need to give here the href where it should redirect once the user click on it. So this is the subcategories part, right, within the category. So the link will be same, this one. Let's copy this one. Just need to give the change the column name, subcategory ID, and here also the query string key name, that is SID, subcategory ID, and the above one, that is the CID, that is the category ID. Okay, and here the subcategory name should come. So let's copy this one. Paste it, change the column name, subcategory name. Okay, we don't need this also, let's remove. Okay, so this part in the design for displaying the categories and subcategories for the menus part is like it's done, and but need to bind the data to it, right? So the code behind of this we need to do, open the code behind page. First of all, need to create one method. Let's give the name as get nested categories, get nested categories. We can copy the code from the shop.exp space for this one. Copy this, paste it here. We don't have this one, let's copy these classes also, paste it here. Here we don't need this one. Utils.get connection, this will get connection string in the SQL connection class, and then the SQL command, that is the procedure name. So need to change that, category card, and here need to change the action name, that is active category. Here need to give in capital C category, After that it will go on to bind the data in SQL in data table. Okay, so data is filled in this data table. Now I need to bind that data table to our repeater control. R category dot data source is equals to dt R category dot data bind. Now we need to call this method in the page load event, but need to check when page is opened or loaded for the first time. Okay, so that need to check by if notice post back. With this condition in this one we can call get nested categories. Okay, so this will going to display the categories in our menu. So let's run and see. Okay, it's saying we don't have the column. Okay, let's open category CRUD store procedure, and that we're going to check the action name, this one is present or not. Let's copy this. So let's search that. Okay, so we have here active category, so the name is getting matched, but here we don't have that column name. We need to change this query. With this one, so here like we are getting the data from category table only based on is active condition. So the condition is same over here and the table is also same, but in select query, in select clause we have like the category ID, okay, and category name, category image URL, that is of course coming from the category table. Okay, but we need subcategory count and product count for that category. Okay, so here I have used here subqueries. In that we are getting the data from subcategories, the count of it, with based on the condition of the category ID which is matched with this one, the category table. Okay, and it also should also be is active to true. Okay, the same way we have done this one, the product count also. We from the product table we have got the count of it based on the category ID and is active. Okay, so need to update this store procedure. Just click on execute. It will go to update as it queries alter. So once you open from this store procedure, click on modify, it will get open. So it's by default alter query is there. So after doing any changes to that, okay, so once you click on execute, it will go to apply those changes in the store procedure. Okay, so we have done this here. Now let's refresh our browser and see the data we are getting or not. If I just refresh it again and check, can see here two categories is there and it has subcategories also, but it's not getting clicked. We can cross check in admin module. So in admin module we have two categories, that is correct, and let's see how many subcategories we have. In t-shirt we have two subcategories and in jeans one. Okay, so that means this category part is like correct. We have two, and this down caret symbol or icon is denoting that these categories have few subcategories in it. Okay, so for categories we have done, but not for the subcategories. So that's why we are not able to like expand this to see its subcategories. Okay, so let's do the changes for that. So this method, from this one we are getting the categories binded to that control. Now we want subcategories to get bind in that. Okay, so for that, in this for this event, in this we are going to do the code. Okay, if e dot item type is equals to list item type dot item, or e dot item type is equals to list item type dot alternating item. And we have used this also in the previous page. Okay, so if this one will find the category ID from the hidden control, so for that I am using your hidden field class to fetch the category ID e dot item dot find control with the name of that control. Here's the hidden field. Let's copy this ID, paste it here. Need to cast it as hidden field. The same way need to do for repeater control also. Let's control D, duplicate this line, and instead of hidden field we're going to use here the repeater control. Repeater. The subcategory repeater ID we need to have here, need to use here. Repeaters subcategory. Let's copy this paste it here. Here need to change subcategory, SP name, the store procedure name, and your action name also need to change, active ID, and here require one more parameter, category ID. And its value we already have in category ID, so we need to convert it into integer. Convert dot 2 in 32. So if only data table count is greater than 0, then it will go to bind in the repeater control. If dt dot rows dot count is greater than 0, need to change ID of this control. This one, in this it will go to bind, so let's change this. Need to restart. Redirect to the shop page or home page, the same. So you can see here, let's click on this. It's not getting clicked here. Okay, need to check for whether we have this store procedure or not. Subcategory CRUD. Okay, we have here. Okay, so we have here active by ID. I think this one. Here we need to change this part. With this one, we need to find the subcategory, the distinct one, not the repeated one. We need to find the distinct subcategories which is active and whose category IDs we're going to get from the action parameters. Okay, that is here the category ID. With this parameter we're going to get that subcategory ID. Okay, so let's update this store procedure. Alter execute. So it's already in alter mode of the store procedure, so it's updated. Now we're going to get that okay. Didn't change the name. I give active ID and it's active by ID. If you can see here, this one, just copy this and paste it here. Always make sure the action name should be same which you have given in store procedure. Let's refresh, hot reload, refresh it and check. Okay, now you can see in jeans one subcategory is there and in t-shirt two subcategories there, right? So now it's working, and we are not able to click on the jeans as a hyperlink, so it will take to the shop page. Okay, we're not able to click on the category, but instead of that, in subcategories we have that option to click that and it should redirect to the shop page. Okay, So if we click on this subcategories, it take us to this shop page, but right now we don't given the or modify the code for this one. For the based on the query string subcategory, it should get filtered. So that changes we need to do. So once we do changes for this categories along with the how much quantity product is there inside that category, after this we'll going to work on that this as well. Okay, okay, after that only we're going to see. Okay, so let's first complete this one on the home page. So for this one that is in default page, let's open it. Default page. So I think, yeah, this one, all the categories. Okay, so here we need to take repeater control, ASP repeater ID, our category, that is our repeater category, run at server, in this item template we need. So within this, let's cut this one and paste it here. Let's first align this code. So here can see the quantity of the products, how much quantity is present. So this quantity will going to come from our store procedure. Let's change it first. Open and close angular bracket, percent hash, then eval method. Within that need to pass over the column name. So we have product count, copy it. Now we need to change in anchor link also, we need to pass that. We can copy that from our master page, user master. This one, copy, paste, and for the image, open close angular bracket, percent hash utils dot, okay, we don't have the namespace for this. Let's import that. After this, open and close angular bracket, percent @ import namespace, the key value for that, our project name e-commerce. Now let's check Okay, now we are able to access this class dot get images path or get image URL. In this need to we are going to pass our column name eval category image URL. Let's copy this, and here for the category names need to display, so change it to category name. Okay, so after this, all this we don't require till here, so you can remove it or comment it. So I am removing it. So for binding the data to this repeater control, we need code behind. Let's open that new code. So we can use the code from the master code behind page, which we did here. Let's copy this, paste after the page load event. Let's change get categories. Category code. Okay, we need that classes. Copy, paste. And here the same action name will be used here, the same stored procedure. So this need to call in the page load event. Let's copy this in this, paste. Let's rerun the project. Now you can see only two categories is displaying here, and both categories have one product in it. Okay, if we click on this, it will take to this page. Based on the ID, we need to filter this product on this shop page. Okay, so let's do changes for filtering the products. If we redirect from this one, the sidebar categories or the home page categories. Okay, and within these categories, subcategories filter also is there, so we'll do that all three filtering part. Okay, so for that it's in shop page, so let's open our shop.axps, the code behind page of the shop. Shop code behind page. So we have here get all products. We can use this function, not this one. We can use this for reference. Let's copy it and paste. Next to it, let's change the method name, get product by category. I think we have used here connection.open, which don't need in this case because we are using here SQL data adapter, which will auto manage it. Means it will don't require like to open and close. It will going to handle it by its own. Okay, so let's remove this one from here. It's no use. And over here we can use this one. Just before that, we want to fetch the value from the this query string. The query string, what value we are getting, need to fetch that. So let's give here integer data type, variable name as category, category ID. First we need to convert that into integer, convert .2 in 32. Request dot query string, name of the query string, that is CID, category ID. So we need to pass that as a parameter, category ID, parameter name, and its value. So based on the count greater than 0, it will going to bind to the data source. Say this repeat control, and rest will be same. So this is for filtering the product by category. Okay, so let's call this function in page load event. So within this if block, we're going to check another if condition. This condition is based on query string, request dot query string, if the query string is for category, then if it is not null, that means for category we are checking here. At that time we're going to call this function. And the same way we need to do check for subcategory also. Else if, let's copy this, SID, subcategory ID. Let's give it comment also, so it can be easily noticed what we have done here. Get products by category. The same way here, get products by subcategory. And in else condition, this we're going to use, which will get all product. Okay, let's copy this and paste next to it. Let's change the method name, get product by subcategory. Let's give call here in else if condition. Here need to change the query string key name, that is SID, and instead of category it should be subcategory ID. And here the parameter name also change to subcategory ID, and I think rest will be same. Alright, let's refresh this. Okay, so in jeans, women's jeans is there. Let's click on it. It will take to this page, but filter part is not done, I think. Okay, let's debug it. We'll come to know what is the issue. Okay, I think I didn't change the action name. Yeah, I forgot to change that. Let's first change for this subcategory. Open our product card. In this one, product by subcategory, let's copy, paste it here. The same way for this category filter, this one, copy, paste. Now refresh this. Now let's debug and check. Not able to add breakpoint. I need to restart this project. Okay, now it's came. F5. Women's t-shirt, it's subcategory, so here is the question for subcategory, and it will going to call the function for the subcategory. So here subcategory ID 4 is there, and we have 0 count, so it will be empty here over here. F5, can see there is no product to display, and if we go for men's t-shirt we have one, right? Let's see here. This time F5, you can see here one item is there for the t-shirt, men t-shirt. And let's filter for the jeans. We have subcategories women's jeans product. Let's remove this. Now you can see here this item is product item is filtered based on the subcategories. Okay, so in the side menu we have the subcategories filter. Based on that it will going to open the product in the shop page. Okay, but in home page if you can see this is for categories based product filter. It will going to display, so it's showing one quantity product, one product is there for this one, the jeans jean category, and for the t-shirt category one product is there. So we click on this anywhere in the image, it will going to open the item in this one. Let's check for other one. This one you can see. So our filter part from the like we have done, and you can see this category menu can be accessed from any of the pages. It's not like that we can only fetch from the home or shop page. We can use it from any of the pages. Okay, so after this we're going to have this one, login and register page. Later we'll going to have the shop details page, then add to cart, wish list, all that we're going to cover in the next video. In this video after this we're going to cover the login and register part. Okay, so first we're going to see the register page. We don't have that, so we're going to create one. Let's create page in user folder. Add new item, web form with master page, registration. Here user.master we need to select, and then okay. So page is created. So in this contain we're going to write code. I'm going to refer the code from contact page, which is present in user folder. Let's run and see. I have to show how the page looks like of the contact. This top part we don't want. I'm going to remove from. Okay, so this part of code for the first half on the left side, we are going to use that in our registration page. You can see the first half with these text box and all, and the second half the text information is given. So we'll use in registration page in both side, in both part there will be controls for the registration. Okay, so we can refer this code for to use in our registration page. So let's okay, this is our page registration. Let's open that contact. This is the code, so we can use this from here to here. So let's copy it and paste it here. Here we don't need container fluid, just container. After this I need one div tag for displaying the label message. Let's give the class align self and margin bottom 4. In this I will be using ASP label, ASP label control, ID, LBL, message, run it server. After this let's make it 5, margin bottom 5 and padding top 4. So in H2 Instead of this text, I will be using label control. ID is equals to LBL header message. Run it server. And the text for now I am giving user registration. So now we don't need this, let's remove. Okay, so here call MD I'm going to use 6. So I have to divide the page into two sections, the first half 6 and the second half 6. Okay, so this is like first half. You don't need form tag. Instead of, you can make it div, you can use the div tag. Okay, change at the bottom also the closing tag. Let's give the class padding bottom 3. So here instead of form control I will be using directly the code in this div itself. Let's remove all this. Till here. So remove this also. First let's give text box control. ID txt name CSS class form control, and I forgot to give here run it server. Placeholder, enter full name, and let's give the tooltip. Full name. I want validation, so just about the text box required validation I will be using required field validator. ID required field validator, name, run it server, error message, name is required, control to validate for which control we are using this one, that is txt name, then the color, for color, that is red, and display will be like dynamic. And if error comes, we need to focus the control, that is set focus on error is equals to true, and need to give the font size small. So after this regular expression also we want, because it's a name field, so it should be in text, not the integer other characters, special characters, so we need to prevent that. So for that we can use here regular expression ASP regular expression validator ID regular expression name is internet server, error message, name must be characters, for color red, I think we can use this one, for which control we need to add, that is txt name, and one last thing is left, that is validation expression shift 6. So this cap special character you can see, then open and close square bracket, small a to z, then capital A to Z, so this will prevent special characters and alls and numbers. It will only allow alphabet in small and caps. Okay, so this is for the first name. Let's copy and paste for others. Let's make it txt username, copy this, paste it here, in this case we don't require regular expression because username can take integer as well as alphabet, okay, even as special character also. So that's why no validation is required for username. Let's change the ID of this required field validator. Username, username is required. Enter username. After this, email, txt email, here text mode into set as email. Require field validator email. Let's change the error message. Email is required. Txt email, control to validate. Enter email. Email. After email, mobile number is required, so let's copy this and paste it here. Change the ID, text mobile. Required field validator mobile. Mobile number is required. Enter mobile number. Regular expression, mobile, txt mobile, now in validation expression need to change as well as here the ID, txt mobile. Zero to 9, in curly bracket. Need to give length 10 digits should be there, and it can be from 0 to 9. Any numbers can be there. Okay, so let's say weight and let's copy this whole div tag and paste it here. Don't need this, let's remove. Now we need address for address, so let's change the ID. txt address. We don't need here validation, regular expression. Enter address. Required field validator address. Address is required. And here in this text box need to give text mode multi-line. After address, let's give postcode or zip code. txt postcode, enter postcode or zip code. Require field validator postcode. Postcode is required. Postcode must be of 6 digit. So here instead of 10 need to give 6. This ID need to change. After that postcode we need file upload control for uploading the image. So let's remove this all. ASP file upload ID fu user image the net server CSS class form control tooltip user image, and we need to call on change method, on which I need to call one method image preview this semicolon. We'll create this method after this one. don't need here regular expression validator. This one we're going to use for password, txt password. Required field validator password. Password is required. Enter password. Password. And here text mode password. Okay, so after this div, you have to take another div class row, padding left 4, margin bottom 5. In this need to take button, margin left 2. So here let's take button control, ID, BTN, register or update. We're going to use this page for registration as well as for updating the user details also. Okay, so for now we'll go for user registration and later we'll go on to modify for user modification details. Okay, run at server. Text register, CSS class, BTN primary, padding y2, padding x4, we need to create on click event for this button. Let's create it now. You can see the code behind that event is created. Then nothing is enough for this control. After that we need one label control for like displaying text login here. On clicking on that it will go to redirect to this different page. Okay, in label control we will going to use anchor tag. So let's take here one label control, ASP label, ID, LBL, already registered or already user. Run at server, CSS class, padding left 3, text black 30, or let's give 100. Let's give text for this label. Already register. If yes, in that we'll take anchor tag. href in single quote. It should go to login.axps page, and class for that anchor badge info. Login here. We need to take one image control also for displaying which image user has been selected. Okay, for that we need to take one image control. After this div ASP image, ID, img user, Planet server, CSS class, img thumbnail, margin left 2, margin top 2, alternate text. Let's give any text you want. I am giving an image. Display none. You don't need to display this when the page get loads. Okay, by default it will be hidden. So now on top this content one, that is the content placeholder for head, in this we will going to write code like for displaying message. We are doing that in other pages, as you have seen in category. Let's copy this both, paste it here, make sure this function is already there. Not okay, it's there, fine. And here need to change the ID of it, the same name I have used for this one, the image. Let's copy this and paste it here. It's done. The design part is done. Now in code behind, let's copy this part. Here need to check notice post back. In this if condition need to check. Okay, we'll do that later. For now let's do the part of registration. On button click, so we'll do the logic here, like dynamic SP will be called, store procedure will be called dynamically based on what operation we are performing, like doing user registration or updating the user details. So only one SP will be there, and based on the dynamic action name it will going to call that, do the execute that the query for that particular operation for the action. Okay, so I am going to write the code like which can be used for registration as well as for user details modification. Okay, let's take some variable what we will going to use in this button click event, like action name. Let's initialize it string.empty. Image path string.empty. File extension, and boolean variable also we need. So bool is valid to execute, false. Boolean variable by default it's false. So let's take some integer variable as well, user ID. In that we're going to fetch data from the query string for updating the user details. So let's do it now only. Okay, let's do it. Convert dot to in32 request dot query string. Need to change here query string key name, that is the ID. So after this we'll going to use code from this one. Paste it here. Need to change store procedure name, user pred, and action name. It is like it will be dynamic based on the what need to be done, like registration or user details modification. So based on the user ID that we're going to get here, so based on that we're going to find it. So if user ID is equals to 0, then insert action will call, or else update. With that we need some more parameters. After user ID, we need name, that will going to come from txt name dot text dot trim. After that, username, txt username, then mobile number, txt mobile. After that, email, txt email. After that, txt address, then postcode, txt postcode, then password, txt password. Now one parameter is left, that is for image, but we need to check for like whether image is selected or it will be optional. Okay, and if it is selected, then need to save that image in our project in images folder, and then need to update the column of that particular row for that user. Okay, so for that we need to check first if the control user image, the ID of that user image, file upload control ID, that is fu user image, need to check has file in it, that boolean will give. If has any file, it will be true. Then in this need to check okay, if it is have the file, in else we'll set is valid to execute is equal to true. So in if part we'll want to have another if block. In that we'll call one method utils dot is valid extension, that we have already done in our category and product also page in admin module. User image dot file name, it will going to check that the image has a valid extension or not. If yes is true, then in if block utils dot get unique ID, it will generate a unique ID or unique name for the image. File extension is equals to path, okay, so from here we can add that the namespace for that path, system.io dot get extension, so it will get the extension of the file. And in image path we need to set the path of the image, that is within the images folder, folder will be there. In that we need to add our new image name. Along with file extension. So the posted image we need to save where we need to save on the folder server dot map path. In map path we'll give the root directory of the project. In that it will go into find images folder, and then in that user folder. With that it will go into save this new image name dot toString with the same file extension the image has. So after this we'll go on to add that parameter. Add with value, then the parameter name, image URL, and finally the image path that we got, will pass that. If the image has present and its valid extension, then we will go to save in the images folder, within the user folder. Okay, so right now there is no that folder, so let's create a one with this name user. Need to stop this running project. So after this, if we found any image or without image, then what we need to do, it will first check is valid to execute, and here after this we need to set is valid execute is equals to false, true. We need to set it true. In else part, if the image is not valid, we need to display the message to the user, lbl message dot visible, that we need to first visible it is equals to true, then lbl message dot text please select. We can copy that message from here. Let's copy this. Alright, so in this if condition, we need to use this After that we will go into execute our store procedure. So we need to use here try catch block. So in try block, let's first open our connection string. After opening the connection string, let's execute our store procedure, and let's set the action name. User ID, if is equal to 0, if it is equal to 0 then this, or this. So here need to display message registration is successful. And in bold we need to display the login text, which is going to be anchor link where user can click on it and redirect to the login page. So we need to take here anchor tag as well. In anchor we need to set href value, that is the login.axpx. The text will be click here, and closing of anchor tag and closing of the bold tag. To do login. Now here in this details updated successful, let's copy this, profile, can check here. If the user registration is done, then registration is successful, and it will give your text, click here to do login. And if it is if the user details is modified, then details updated successful, can check here. By clicking on that, it will redirect the user to the profile page. After that we need to set the label message dot visible is equals to true, lbl message dot text txt username dot text dot trim, closing of bold tag, after space, then need to give the action name, now let's give the bootstrap class to the label control. Alert success if user ID not equal to 0, then response dot add header, refresh, profile.axps. This will do like if the user is not, like user ID is not equal to 0, that means user is already registered. He is now updating his profile details, like user details. So if it is found, then it should be redirected to the profile page automatically after 3 seconds. Okay, so this part like is going to add in the header part of the page, and when the page found that in header, you need to refresh the page after 3 seconds, and based on that it should be redirected to the profile page. So it will redirect to the profile page after 3 seconds. Okay, and here need to call the clear function, which we don't have now. I need to create it. And in catch block, let's remove this one. If exception dot message contains violation of unique key constraint, then need to set that LBL message visible is equal to true, LBL message dot text within bold text username dot text dot string closing of bold tag, username already exists, try new one. Let's give the bootstrap class for this the CSS class alert danger, and this is be like SQL exception, not the normal exception. After this we can have the SQL normal exception, like means it will going to cover all the exception, but here it will going to check specifically for the SQL exception. If while creating, what happens while creating the user means user registration, at that time it will going to check whether if we are getting the error message like violation of unique key constraint. Normally it comes when column is set to unique, means the column only contains the unique values in it. If while entering new record in the table with the same user, same name, the same value for that column, at that time it will going to give this error message. So we are going to do for this the user name column. So if the username column the user already present with the same username, at that time we'll going to get this message while registration. So in that exception we check this message is found, at that time we'll going to give this the message in the label control for 5 seconds. Okay, if other than this error message, we'll go into exception, we'll go to cache here and display the message. Okay, copy these, paste it here, and in finite log we need to close the connection which was open above. After this button click event, let's create the method the clear for clearing the form. So let's use one by one. The first name, the name, now let's change the name, the control, text, username, text, mobile, txt, email, txt, address, txt, postcode, txt, password. Okay, so button click is now done, and here in page load we want to check if we'll do it later. After the login page we'll do this. Okay, Let's add a breakpoint over here, and we need to link that this registration page on register menu, that is in user master page. So for now, like directly linking this to registration.axps. Let's run and see. Okay, so validation required, message is displaying for all fields. Expect this file upload control because image is optional. Name must be in characters for this one. Mobile number we didn't change, I think, and for email, like it's not validating address, postcode, is valid. Okay, it's validating email as well. And it should be a 10 digit, but message is displaying wrong, need to change. The message didn't gone as because the entered digit is length is 10. So okay, so that means it's all working. Just need to change this message, name must be in characters. And once I click on the register, if you notice, it's pointing out to this one, this text box, because it's also considering this also as a required field. Need to modify this one, that is in master page, user.master page. First need to change the message of this one, the contact number, the mobile number message, error message. Mobile number must be of 10 digits. Now let's open the master page. In the end footer part, this one start from here, and that control over here. So because of this form tag, we are getting that issue. Let's change it to div, or we don't want, just comment this part, we don't need that. These quick links and this one newsletter we don't want, just comment it, control KC, save it and update this. Okay, it's gone. There is two quick links, one I have commented and the one is left. Let's select user image. I'm not able to see the image preview as I have taken one image control. When I select the image, it should be visible over here what I have selected, but it's not working. F12 developer mode option, in source, this is our page, just double click on it, code will be open here. Need to debug what is going on when I click on that. Okay, it's coming over here. It's getting the file also. So here the ID is forming contain placeholder 1 underscore image user, img user. And I think the ID is same, contain placeholder 1 underscore img user. It's not different, I think the same one. And here display none is there, but here okay, so here I didn't given the code for displaying the image, but I have copied that code from that category only. Let me check again. In category itself not there. Okay, there is not required. We are like here it is required from this page. After this if block, dot show. Save it, hot reload. Okay, now let's test it. Right now image is not binded, so the alternate text is displaying image, and once it found the image and bounce that binds with the control, then it will going to display that. Okay, like this way. Now it's working. Click on it, button click came here. User ID is by default 0. You are getting the name, username, mobile, email, address, passcode and password. We have the image, so it will come inside this, and it's a valid file, so it came here. So new file extension, and the new image name is this one. The final image path will be this one, and it will go to save this on this location. After that, here it will set the value true, and in here it will going to check. If it is true, then it will going to come inside this and set the command type as store procedure and open the connection. Then going to execute this store procedure, means call the store procedure. But okay, we don't have that store procedure now. We need to create that. Okay, so you can see the exception is handled here, SQL exception, but this is not that case. So it came out, and I want to close the connection. Just open F5. Okay, so displays nothing because we didn't handle that case, means that store procedure is not found, but we're going to add that. Okay, so before creating the store procedure for this user registration, let's fix this one. After commenting this block, the right hand side section, so it's been empty, so just need to expand the left one side so that it can be center of this like footer part. Okay, so that it should be in center, or like it should be stretched so that it covers from start to end of this row in the footer. Okay, so in user.master 2 div is there, so here instead of 4 let's make it 8, and here instead of 8 let's make it 4. Save it and refresh. Scheme. So you can see the footer is now looks good. Okay, so now we need to create the store procedure for this user one, for user registration, profile, and all the user related activities. The query that will be user create store procedure. So you can open your SQL Server Management Studio. Let's close this. You can use this one or just close this also. We'll create a new one. Store procedure. I remove the commented part. Create procedure, procedure name, user code, and parameter name, first one action, varchar 20, comma, second one user ID integer equals to null, third one name varchar 50, mobile email address postcode password image URL git max role ID. If action is equals to select for login begin and end, select start from user where username is equals to username and password is equals to password. Second one, select for profile, select star from user where user ID is equals to user ID. update user profile. Before that, let's copy this. Before that, we need one more. User registration. That is insert into users name, username, mobile, email, address, postcode, password, image URL, role ID. So in this column we will going to insert values, let's copy this, paste it here. Role ID will give here 2, that is the user login, user role, and one more column is here, created date. So for this we have the SQL get date method, we'll use that. So after registration, user profile update, that part, let's see, update declare one variable update underscore image, which is varchar 50, let's say 20, select update image, we need to set the value, that is based on case when image URL is null, then no, else yes. End. So need to check if updated image is equals to no, begin and end. So here we'll update users table, set name is equals to name, username is equals to username, mobile is equals to mobile, email is equals to email, address equals to address, postcode is equals to postcode, image URL is equals to image URL, and the last one password. So if the image okay, we don't need here image. So if the update image variable is no, that means that in that case we'll update all the columns except image URL column, because in that case we are not getting the input of image, so that's why we're not going to update it. You will keep the older one. So if it is not, then let's align it. So if it is not, then we'll update all the columns along with image URL also. So let's copy this one, paste it here. Just before the password, image URL is equals to image URL. But here we didn't give the where condition, where clause, based on what ID we are going to update. So based on user ID we are going to update the data. So after that, select for admin if action is equals to select for admin then begin and select row number over order by select one as serial number, user ID, let's give here from class from user So from after serial number, user ID, name, username, email, created date. From users, where role ID is equals to 2. Now delete for admin or delete by admin. If action is equals to delete. Delete from user, where user ID is equals to user ID, get by username. If action is equals to get by username, select email, select star from users, where username is equals to username, and select class, don't need all the columns, just take email, password, so let's see what we have done in this stored procedure. So first action method, select for login, which will be used for the login purpose, where parameter is used like username and password. Based on that we'll fetch the user details. Okay, so and second one, select for profile, that means based on the user ID we'll get all the user information to display for the profile, to view the profile of the user. Okay, the third one, that is a user registration, that is inserting the record of the new users. Okay, so the next one is update, that is based on like two update statement is used based on the condition whether the image is used or not. When we pass the image URL, at that time we're going to use this update store procedure, and when there is no image, image is not passed for the update purpose, at that time without image the records of the user is going to update. Okay, so and the select for admin, in this we're going to get the user record based along with user record, we'll get the row number that is that is used for serial number starting from 1 to till how many rows of present for that table. It will going to increase that row number accordingly. Okay, so here row number is a built-in method, a built-in function in SQL Server. So this will be going to use in admin module, where it will going to display a list of all the user whose role ID is 2, that is the user. Okay, so based on that, this information will go to display in the admin module. And the next one is delete. So delete operation is going to perform based on the user ID for which user the delete should perform. Okay, and the last one, get by username. So by with the help of the username, we fetch the email and the password of the user. Okay, so this will be using in our project. So let's run and execute this stored procedure. So make sure your database is selected. So mine is this one, e-commerce YT YouTube. Okay, let's execute this. So it's executed successful. So now let's update and see again. Before saving that, we can check whether that last image was saved in the user folder or not. You can see the last image, it was saved. Let's delete it. I don't think so that we will get an option to delete because it's in running mode. Let's see the other one is saved or not. It's saved. So this was the old one and this was the new one. So we'll delete this one, the old one. So let's first see whether the stored procedure is getting executed successfully or not. So it's executed successful, and can see the Excel name text is like registration is successful. Click here to do login, and the starting in that we will append the username. Now you can see the message is like this user, the username test is registered successful. Click here to do login. So this is the user, new user registration. So it will not going to come inside this if block, and it will want to clear the registration form. Press F5. So you can see here test registration username registration is still successful. Based on that, if you click on that, it will take to the login page, but we don't have the login page now. So let's check in database that this registration is done or not. First let me check whether we have the rules. Okay, we have. In user table, you can see the record has been inserted. Now we can work on the login page, but we will continue login page in the next part. Till then, bye, take care, thank you for watching.